Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh, right, because I've got Chrome knocked down. The speech thing is going to be turned off today because I had a issue with Chrome. So, sadly, we're not going to be hearing your illustrious voice, Barker. Sorry. Last time, we dealt with the theatrical jester and managed to find a collar of possibly an animal or a person that was bloodied and such. And then it was taken away before we could really examine it any further because there's a big conspiracy going on with Sherlock and every other major character. I don't know, I've switched between browsers multiple times and I always end up running into a problem with every single one, you know? I mean, I might do at some point, but go back to Firefox or maybe try Opera. But, yeah. Anyway. Chrome is quite a resource hog. I'll be honest, it really is. Anywho. There was a cutscene that played last time we played. I'm not really gearing to go watch it again, because it was quite long. Okay.
Bruno, are you listening?
You're not wrong. Oh, sorry. What is that, Iris?
What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not it at all. What exactly were you talking about again?
Today's paper! It's full of all news about the Great Expedition Night again.
Ah, yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley?
I am even worse. Did you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
Ah! When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I, thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Why did he go to a boxing pose immediately? I don't know. I do remember Sherlock has a big boxing thing to him. So that's consistent for the character. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce that the reason perfectly well, with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning, with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you right there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Since I was forbidden from working in the courts. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that could explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Back to my misery. Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. Well, that didn't last long, did it? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know! And it's the Great Expedition has opened. You'd think that he'd be more excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together?
I want to! Of course I do, but I can't! Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I am a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from. Is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley.
Suppose I should try and find out what's going on. Because, God forbid you can just speak like a normal person and just tell me. Events 6 months ago. This might be spoilers for the first game. Probably will be, considering it depends on how vague they might be. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in the trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place in London at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time unforgivable mistake.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told that I would spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room. And the notes about Mr. Sholmes's old cases.
Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start with the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking I'm going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically, Lord Strongheart, at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice? Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. Looking for food so enticing to have to have as a snack is proving to be more difficult than I thought. Man, I could go for a sandwich right now, but I will starve myself for the stream. You got Snanek to buy Persona 3? Really? I wonder why you didn't just wait for the remake. Persona 3 Reloaded. Or Reload? It's one of the two. I suppose I'm gonna probably play Reloaded on stream. My worry is that thinking about what they might have changed that might make the game worse. You had a bet. And I can't just sit. I can't do that just sitting around here. Right, the Great Exhibition. The whole of London has been swept up in a great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology and the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Oh, do you think I'll like what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on... Do you mean those things fly?
Yes, of course. They fly up into the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense.
I can't understand it.
I can't understand it at all.
That's true that a lot of new scientific discoveries...
I've a lot of new science, yeah.
Most people can't understand them at first.
Child has a gun. She... Apparently it's a fog gun, or something of the like. Essentially, it ain't a real one. She's definitely an inventor. And a writer.
Most people can't understand them at all at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just look like common knowledge.
I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open exhibition stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I could have seen it, though. I would have loved to see how bad some of the scam experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. 10. She's 10. Keep that in mind, people. See here? Every page of the paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn towards the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. You get it, you're an edgy boy. Got some chocolate? I've already got a cup of tea with me, so I've got my sweetness taken care of. Shadows cast behind? Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? There. Your gloomy mood. You're looking fine now. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Naruto. You must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strangely, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood.
Ah.
Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual whom you are making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I have a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. Well, I suppose that's that. I could look at all this stuff, but... nah. Oh, well, I gotta apparently present something, or at least examine something. Oh my. Is that Baron von Zeke's? Well, let's look at both sides. 10 pages, 1 penny. Damn. It's pretty amazing. Probably was standard at the time, right? Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century.
We must all go.
We all must go to see it properly before too long. Yeah. So many glowing reports about the great exhibition and everything that's going on here. So he was mentioning that the darkness on the other side, right? There's also a lost cat. Other than this rather gloomy-looking one, that is. Lord Van Zeeks and compatriot cornered. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Bruno?
The Alamont Gas Company again. French got his glass eye case. God, this is all very... Usually these kind of just get blared out, but there's quite a lot to read. Fiery ball ground sets dance hall ablaze. The Reaper attacked? And that's Lord Van Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? The hospital, the public health service. Buddy, what was that about the darkness? It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Bark Van Zeeks. They say that if the Reaper is prosecuted in a case, there's no salvation for whoever is in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, or one way or another, the person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of those criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their frailty is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
Well, in this article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zeeks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow morning's edition.
Ah, I see. Well, shall we have it? We shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you will have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Well, I'm dressed. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you'll be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Oh, well then. See you later, indeed. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the hall. Anyway. Oh my god! What the hell is this? Okay. Why the Mickey Mouse look? She's real. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to say to this. She really is going for like a mouse look, isn't she? Like that's what the goggles kind of look like too. Oh my god.
Alright then, Runo. Let's get going.
Oh, Iris? What are you wearing?
I got changed to go to the Great Exhibition. You're gonna take me.
What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then.
Alright, fine. Just don't kill me. Just lower that weapon, would you?
Of course. And after the Supreme Court, we go to see the Great Exhibition.
When do we get into the court shit? Well, first of all, we haven't even discovered a death or crime yet. We haven't even gotten the means of representing anyone because we've been banned from doing that over the last game's events. But we gotta go talk to Lord Ironheart, I think his name is. Strongheart, sorry.
I think a visit to this place would be a good idea.
Let's go see Lord Strongheart. Yes, the gears, the doves. Inspector stole chips from my stand. Gregson. But where did he get the fish? It's been around 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Oh my god, you never seem to let anything get to you, huh? It doesn't seem like to be bothering Iris at all, though. She seems happily reading over there. She is happily. Nah.
Oh, I love this place. It's always so interesting. There's so many books here.
Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time that we came here 6 months ago. Right. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Ah, I understand that you wish to speak to me. Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust that you've been keeping well. This place like fucking clock tower. I'm pretty sure that is what it is. It looks like we're in kind of like a giant tower with a giant clock face. It's ridiculously large. I trust that you've been keeping well. Let's see. Since you arrived, I've requested an audience. It's been about 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while, my apologies. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than to stand around staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart. Yeah, that's his fucking name. Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment for this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We are extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open an International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I had not heard of that. Or did he say he heard of that? God, sometimes I've not heard of it. Okay. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Oh, so Mikaturba's probably going to come over. Is that Bob Ross's cousin down there? I mean, that's what I saw when I first saw him in the cutscene last time. I'm fairly certain he's going to be like a defendant, or like the person being judged, or at least a witness or something. So he's definitely important to this case. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we are the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens.
Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it.
Okay. Well, before that, let's do some presentations. By the way, Lord Strongheart, about this. The symbol of a defense lawyer in Japanese judicature. Oh, I didn't expect for you to know that. We never accept foreign students before first researching legal systems of their home countries. But such trinkets are merely for show. The only true measure of your worth is your performance in court. Yes, right. Well, thanks for completely disregarding everything about that. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zeeks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Showing him your armband reminds me of when you show your badge to the old man in the first Ace game. It's kind of it's like a recurring jerk throughout all the Ace Attorneys, showing your badge to everyone. At some point, like, the characters are just like, you do that all the time. Seriously, have you, like, ever not shown someone your badge? Well then, very well, if it interests you. It does, strangely. Alright, now we've got more dialogue to talk about. Maybe. Permission to work. I actually came here to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in the court as a lawyer has been revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. No one knows what the badge is except him. Yeah. It's interesting as well because badges are more like a Japanese thing, I think. Yeah. So it does go to show, like, people wouldn't know what a defense, a attorney's badge would look like. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change in our own justice system at home. That was his calling. And there he is. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asagi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission in which that young lawyer was charged, what do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have studied and been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's wonderful news, Runo.
In fact, I believe I have a perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course. Please tell me more. Hey. Me defending bruh after he was accused. Objection. Nuh-uh. This autopsy report is wrong. It clearly contradicts your testimony. Edgeworth. No. It not real though. It be updated. You described it as a curious affair. Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no.
Yes, I read about it. The professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment.
A German scientist. Oh, great. I don't know how to do a German accent very well. I mean, I could try and emulate Francesca. The fuck you mean, no?
Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care.
Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it clearly captured Iris's imagination. It is an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. O.D. Assman. O.D. Assman? He is an ass man. Such a shame that we lost him. An inventor and well-known figure in society. A large explosion.
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Haribari. Wait. Haribari? Or Harry Barry? Harry Burney? Albert Harry Burney. Harry Brani? Albert Harry Brani. Ugh. I'm just calling him Albert. He was detained immediately after the incident, and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry and meet with him at the prison. There is very little time for you to carry out any investigation, any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder? I feel out of my depth before we've even started, still.
We should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think?
Definitely. Ah, yes, one more thing about the case. There is a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, with Lord Van Zeek's. How? I suppose we can talk about that. You know, structurally it makes more sense that we go narratively into that instantly. Fortunately, Lord Van Zeek's emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He is a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zeeks. But the man was acquitted. And no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money. A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. Oh, Jesus. This is what it was to have a cold in 1940s Germany. Achoo! Where? No, I just sneezed. Achoo! Where? Nine, I just sneezed. Achoo! Where? Yeah. But you're not suggesting that it was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. So that he was a man by the name of Assman, Mr. Odie Assman. Did you say Assman? Oh my god, okay. Marker. A Jew. Achoo! Achoo! Ah. I definitely get it. I have a feeling that the German jokes are gonna keep coming because of this defendant. You see, you can do a German accent. No, thanks for giving me that. I'll just think of that joke whenever I need to get back into the accent. Achoo! Achoo!
That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes. Known publicly as an investor, but in reality the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zeeks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with the mysterious ends outside of the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in the sense, but still, something is clearly going on here. I have Van Zieks' work for our prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths from criminals that have occurred outside of court following the trials are nothing to do with him. But that doesn't make any sense. How do you explain the way so many have died, if not by someone's hands? Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Okay. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And the next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. What the fuck is this story? I don't know. It's definitely taking its time, isn't it? It does seem as though the criminal investigation seems to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly!
Ah!
Watching an anime and the MC got ripped. Oh my Jesus Christ. I mean, I'll be honest. There's a reason why I kind of just stopped watching anime entirely. Because I just feel like every anime is trying to top the past one in obscenity and unnecessary violence and ridiculousness. And that sounds par for the course for anime. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it is imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is known as the forensic science, isn't it? Exactly! The future of policing.
Ah!
Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Well, Berserk is winning so far. Oh god, Berserk. I think I've only seen, like, comic or manga images of that. And it definitely is a surreal and violent show. I think, if I'm thinking of the same thing. Exactly. It is extremely alarming.
Ah!
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure that the number of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By the way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now. What?
Oh, how fascinating!
The MC just goes through pain and misery. Oh my. It appears that we really are going through every single one. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter in the simple of terms, of course. My god. Again, 15 years ago. I was but a young lad. Essentially, to formally establish the Forensics Investigation Division within the Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose out in another book now.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
Actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly urgent about the forensic science. So much info. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm very much getting married multiple times. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. 11 hours late? That's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here with this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during that 12 solid argument. For those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. You're married? I'm not. I just thought this guy was. I'm a lonely boy. A man with no one. Sadly. Oh yes. Where would I find Lord Van Zieks now? I would assume that he's at his office. Right, I'll go ask him about the attack in person. I want to get it straight from the horse's mouth. Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's... I'm gonna call it Harebrain. Harebrain? Is that it? Harebrain's defense entirely within your hands. But he just proposed to you. Sadly, I'm not interested. Frankly, though, I think you can do better. Of course, yes. Thank you, my lord. Bum ba bum 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 bum. I do like the clickety-clacks of the rhythm. So the prison and the prosecutor's office. First, let's go see our client. There he is. 22nd October, local prison cell 11. The warden said cell 11. That's this one.
Oh, there's someone held up in a ball at the back of the corner. Look. What was his name again?
Professor Albert Harebrain, was it? Excuse me, Professor Harebrain?
Who are you?
My. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. A
lawyer?
Ah, was it something I said?
A lawyer, you say? You say? What? Would you be here about an experiment? Are you going to defend my hypotheses?
Your hypothesis? Sorry,
yesterday's demonstration.
That demonstration was That magnificent demonstration was... It was out of the question of success by anyone's calculations. Oh god, why do I keep going Auchan? I keep like melding into French. I should stop that. But despite that, no one listens to me. No lawyer believes in the science. Even when it is explained. Oh, they all leave at high velocity. It's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too. I do feel like this is what Bob Ross would look like if he actually went into science instead of the Air Force and then painting. Yesterday's demonstration. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
The papers have called it the spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he?
Ah! Ah! Yes. You could interpret it, the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest of senses. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes. Right there in front of me. Mr. Assman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Assman, in fact, perished? Yes. I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So, what you're really saying is a large explosion that killed Mr. Assman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had arrested you on the suspicion of murder.
Oh god, you totally don't look like a murderer right now. I was responsible for the man's death. That is an immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once. But... Murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see.
Harry and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would have changed completely depending on whether or not it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Ah, yes. It is newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by.
But if the case is being treated as murder, then they'll say that the machine was a murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it was made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My previous hypothesis will be stolen.
The machine must be protected from that at all costs.
That's why it is imperative that the whole incident be shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial.
Ah, I see now. What I'm mainly trying to do for the German accent is I'm trying to tap into the medic from TF2.
Oops, that was not a medicine.
Instantaneous kinesis. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday.
Yes! Or rather, no. The accident, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like us, matter made up of particles that are held together by electric bonds. And that's how I lost my medical degree.
That's how I lost my medical license. Archimedes, no! It's filthy in there. Ugh.
So it must be possible, using sufficiently high voltage, to break the bonds and beam the particles through space. That is it in a nutshell. That is my idea, you see? That is my amazing hypothesis.
Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Literally inventing teleportation.
Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again.
Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in a blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisan Theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days?
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could just travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't seem very vast anymore, wouldn't it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word! That is exactly right! What is that? The implications? What does this mean? Oops. That's got Professor Bunny Brain really worried about the look of it.
Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose.
My point is that my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. That's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it. Yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science.
Bunny brain. I mean, he is hair brain. So it makes sense. That's the pun.
Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met him the well-known investor, Mr. Assman.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? He's very precise in his movements, I like it. The victim. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? And what exactly was your relationship with this man?
Well, at first he visited me at my laboratory in Germany a year ago. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars!
Didn't send me your rating. Oh god, I didn't, did I? Ah, I've got my Google Chrome down now. But your cats... I think I remember... Oh god. No, I'm going to try and get my Chrome back up. Hopefully it doesn't crash the game. Just quick... God damn it. There we go. I can quickly just save just in case. I wanted to see them specifically to give a good rating, you know? I showed you my Swedish meatballs, please respond. Honestly, the reason why I forgot was because Twitter doesn't really notify me about messages. It only notifies me about what actually happens on my timeline of Twitter. So sadly, I just kind of forgot I had messages. But, yeah, so there you are. You're two little kittens in a box. Kind of like a yin and yang, honestly. I actually really think that's pretty good. Cute. Yep. I would give it 10 lasagnas out of 10. I see absolutely no flaws. They're very adorable. Alright. Seems like the game's still working fine. I forgot Chrome back up. I could also return on the speech chat if that works. I also found the original voice as well. So now...
Why was your answer a wagga?
A wooga. That was to the image that you sent about One Piece. The interesting picture of the side boob and buttocks. A wooga, just so you know, in English is essentially a stance of I am horny, basically. Is that how you say "Aruga"? That kind of stuff, you know. Seriously, I'm not. I wouldn't know. I didn't really know what to say. Oh my god! I actually just noticed one penis. I didn't even notice the title. I just automatically assumed One Piece. I mean, can you blame me? There's only like two letters that are switched. Exactly. Humna, 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 humna. Ooga. Basically. So yeah, what you sent me was essentially just a porn cover DVD thing.
Okay.
I didn't even notice that. My hindsight is terrible. Or my capacity to understand is terrible. Anyway, back to this. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then.
Money for a scientific research. I'm so envious.
As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really?
I don't know. I wear glasses, don't know about you.
I don't wear glasses myself. Thankfully, I was born with perfect eyesight. But my capacity to acknowledge concept... what's it called? Oh god, the word. Context.
Well, fuck you too.
Don't worry, eventually my eyesight'll go. I can tell my body will fail and splinter out. I don't know, maybe I'll get, like, bladder problems first. Make it very embarrassing. And then afterwards I can start losing all my senses and slowly dull the world.
The life of a Four Eyes not like this.
Honestly, I think glasses can be fucking awesome. You can look really cool in glasses. Especially since you can do like the push-up. Like they fall down your nose a tiny bit and you push them up. I don't know, that just always seemed like a pretty casual, cool thing to do.
An archangel, even. An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund the practical demonstration of my hypothesis for my presentation at the Great Exhibition. And it went well. I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government.
A beard. It's so easy for me to grow a neck beard, but an actual full-on beard, I don't know why I'm having such trouble with it. Most I've got right now is like a soul patch. And a lot of hair on my neck, which I need to shave. I mean, I've got like thin hair growing on my face, but it's like... it's light, so you can't really see it from far away. I got a tash at least.
Mr. Assman provided me with the money and the exceptional engineer. He produced the machine to my precise specifications. But then your dream was blown to dust in an enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Assman. I would never,
on how to grow a beard
ever think about taking the man's life.
From a TikTok my teacher made LUL.
Tips on how to grow a beard, learn from Honestly, I think the best way to constantly grow hair quickly is to just constantly shave it. At least that's what I think. I don't know, though. That's just me hearing things from when I was young. I am no professional in beard growing. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Okay, so he definitely is just flat out saying, dude, I killed the dude, but it was an accident. I need you to say that so I can actually, like, not have my invention stolen by other people and remade and someone else steals the credit. Take a look at my badge. Ah, fascinating, yes.
The hair under your jaw since it will ruin the structure of the beard.
I think I know about that. There's like you want to like do a certain line of like neck that you shave. Like, not like to the jaw there. Otherwise you can see your neck underneath and the chin underneath and it'll look weird. I know that. The structure of the beard. I mean, you need to have enough hair for it, I think, as well.
Ah, fascinating, yes.
In Japan, where I come from, this is a symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find.
Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical.
What do you mean?
Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there is a perfectly logical reason for that feeling.
Oh, really? What is it?
I purchased the wrong size by mistake.
And this one was just too small for me. The sleeves especially are very extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists. That's what you call logical, is it? Of course, it's entirely logical. That's science, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, good talking to you. See ya. I suppose I could have shown him the newspaper as well. But let's go talk to Baron von Zeeks. My god, this room. I'm surprised I don't have like a life-size version of me with a bunch of stabbed swords through it or something.
Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
It sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that... Oh my. That hooded figure is so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Ah! This is the first time we've spoken outside of call.
Room?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Seriously, the first time we've ever spoken to him outside of call, and this is the second game. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place there. Oh. That's my apprentice. And he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. Must be the same person who was pictured in that newspaper.
Why the fuck you trying to do a Hulk voice, LUL?
That's a Hulk voice? I'm just trying to do like a gravelly Reaper voice. If that's what the Hulk sounds like. God damn it. He is very able to in combat. And a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attacks on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that is such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Dude, I was talking about
Hey,
you.
I can fight. Can I join?
Can I be part of the club? So first, before I continue with Van Zeeks, I have a feeling maybe I should supposed to present this. Yeah. How can this have happened? You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened. It must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had an unusual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid my bill, they gave me a 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It is the divine retribution for my wrongdoings. That is what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Is that it? Okay. I thought maybe I'd get more dialogue or something, but let's continue with Van Zeeks. Hello again. Hey! Looky at the badge!
I agree with Naruhodo.
I know you've seen this around my arm before, but... What is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least. And what is your reason for showing it to a British prosecution? Oh, well, I don't know really. Some random person beyond our walls is most likely forcing me to do so. I can understand at least. There's merit in reminding oneself of who helped you become what you are today. Oh. But that is a personal matter.
Why the fuck you doing Batman?
What, you want me to do vampire? But that is a personal matter. And someone you may say you want to keep close at sometimes, not something to flaunt. Blair! Suck your blade. I'm just trying to do deep voice.
I don't know.
Oh, achievement. What was that achievement for? Hold on a moment. Block that off. Presenting an armband to Lord Van Zeeks. Huh. Little secret achievement there. No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. Paper! Lord Van Zeeks, about this article in this paper. Yes, it appears that the reporter was nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea that it had been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it was taken after the people attacked you and ran away, though.
Rest assured, the police had already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's been sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? You assumed that it was a man, Naruto. Although maybe Van Zeeks might have already mentioned it. As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? Oh, well there you go. Well, before anything else, I actually want to examine this room, because we might get, like, shoved out of it.
Did you just assume my gender?
He just turns and goes,
Van Zeeks!
I know what he did. Look at this fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up here. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made in the finest crystal craftsmen's in the world.
And yet you throw them around the courtroom like they were worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh, thanks for blaming me for your temper tantrums. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider what the poor artisan of those works you defile. So, it's my fault. Silly me, how could I have ever thought otherwise? Yes, pay me. Lord Van Zeek's desk. Look, it's so very stylish.
And that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess. That's a
You got
Western version of our
shoes.
Japanese shogi game, isn't
Welcome
it?
to the club, Van Zeeks, cool cat.
I don't know how shogi's played, but I've seen it in various media. Oh, wait a minute. I think I remember. It's the one where you put, like, tiles down, and you're supposed to, like, capture the other person's tiles by putting two of your own tiles to the left and right, or north and south. Essentially, like,
Chess.
it's kind of like checkers, but pieces don't disappear, and you just consistently fill the board in a way. And whoever has the most of their own pieces on the board wins. I don't like it because it's just like a obnoxious game where one person starts winning and then it's next to impossible to
What is
gain an
checkers?
advantage. checkers is essentially like a really dumbed down version of chess. Where like,
I see we're at the part where we bully Van Zeeks in his own office. Lovely hee hee.
Yeah, checkers is essentially like chess,
Yo.
but all of the pieces do the exact same thing, and they just move diagonally like pawns. And you're supposed to like take over other people's pieces by jumping over it into a open space. It's a simple game. Hey, Gus McGreen. You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You should try chess problems in just in case.
I'd love to challenge for Lord Van Zeeks sometime. To a bout of shogi problems.
Take over. Persona 5 reference.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that at your own home.
Seriously, who has the time and money and seriously, you'd have to even have the room to have something like this as well. This portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of sculpting Lord Van Zeek's facial structures. Did they? I wouldn't have noticed. I'd just assume that he was younger.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not that far off, but the artist has exaggerated the subject's handsomeness, I think.
BTW, you got buttons to look left and right.
That reminds me. I heard that Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive than when they painted him.
How vain. That's not really an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that is immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? It's not obvious, dude. You're wearing like pretty much a similar outfit. Come on, man. Me not say. Me too quiet. Me hold grudge.
Oh, look, there's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps it's to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person?
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid.
Ah!
You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. I'm literally standing here while you gawk around my room. Literal bats. Wah! They're bats!
Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
This poor guy, but also he deserves this for being so racist.
Exactly. I feel no shame for this because he is as racist as anyone can be in these games. I mean, give it to them. They could have, like, turned down the racism, but I feel like they made it even stronger in this game. I have a feeling they are going to try and make Van Zeeks a good guy in the end. Which, I don't know. Before, I felt like it was just, he was a bit too abrasive to be a good guy, and I still kind of believe that. But I could see that there's some, like, big conspiracy thing going on involving these characters, so I'll hold my tongue. But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind.
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way.
Lord Napoleon, what can we do? There is nothing we can do. Dans mon esprit tout divig. mi perts dans tes yo mi noi dans labig de ton regard amoureux ne verke ton aim divig want sur ma peau.
No idea what that is.
I like the direction they went with him, but he is def a controversial character lol.
Look at all those ancient casks lining up in the wall there. He has way too much wine.
Song lyrics.
Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets?
You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside of them dead? Do you? I love that slow movement. What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is simply my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thanks for clearing that up.
Bruno and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
School cat.
I wouldn't mind if you invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Jesus. We really are just completely bullying this guy. Anyway, hello! It really looks like a punishment to me.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we've arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead?
If he were dead through now, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly
ML
approachable,
are so funny to me.
is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us.
Don't know, I am an avid drinker and been one till the age of 2.
Avid drinking since you were 2? Your liver must be shot. I don't even know if you have one. The few times when they use the slow models, pretty funny.
Iris, your dad was dead and sitting up, actually, so
Yeah, but that chair was like, had a back to it. It made sense then. This is more of a sit down on a cushion.
liver.
He's not dead!
Never heard of it. Starna 7 random with phone.
Well, that seems to be everything. Well, last time when I missed like the small teacup on the table. Anyway. Hey! Okay, let's actually speak now. Last night's attack. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? True. Carried out by the henchmen of Odie Asman's criminal organization. The investigation meant that their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hope to kill me before that happened. Odie Asman. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhanded means, via criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, did he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in an extraordinary circumstances, it was the most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Assman died when the demonstration of the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. What the fuck do you know about that? You're not getting in my case again, are you? Motherfucker. And you think that I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no. That does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, he hasn't... then he has to be innocent of a particular death, at least. This particular death.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what's with you and taking on the professor's defense for the trial? What with you taking the defense of the professor's trial?
Tomorrow. God, my reading of this.
What? You're going to be defending him?
Oh yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest.
Albert.
I mean, I met him. I literally talked to him.
Albert Hairbrain.
That's right. Do you know him by any chance?
Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together.
You're...
What?
We're best buddies.
I've understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though.
Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out his research. That's all.
So you were students together?
It was a faculty of law, of course, and he in science. So our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along. Though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him.
Ugh, only I'd made it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems.
Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me.
By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends.
We were friends, it's true.
Then why would you do this? Conflict of interest, man.
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, then there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed.
He stole $10 from me. £10, actually. And he only gave me back 5. My God, do I want to kill him. So very badly. The cheapskate.
What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? The Reaper's identity. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean...
I'm a crown prosecutor. And a mortal like any other. I am no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not it's the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them.
But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hard-working now.
Stop contradicting me. We're not even in court. I can't deny that since I've encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is, if any of those vile wretches have escaped justice, subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hands of their own kind. It is not my work.
Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes that you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believed it was true.
The fact is, since people started calling me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially.
Oh.
Oh.
It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful of their lives.
Nice. One of my favorite manga is getting an anime.
That's happening quite often, isn't it? Instead of making an entirely new anime, a lot of them just do adaptations of mangas. Do you mean to say?
I mean to say that if my personadum,
What the hell is that word? I feel like I've seen it before, heard it before, but I can't pronounce it.
serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly, and with honor.
But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed.
If that is my fate, let God decide.
Lord Van Zeeks. Let's look at your appearance now.
He is my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Bruno.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with the great detective.
He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask.
On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity.
But why would you...
Creativity is at an all-time low right now. Nightly, there's not many ideas that aren't Isekai, the worst genre of all.
Yeah, an Isekai where the dude is a bumbling, boring default protagonist that ultimately doesn't have to try in order to succeed, and despite doing barely anything is capable of getting a harem of girls. Yeah, I've seen it happen plenty of times.
I died and became a vending machine. LUL.
Yeah. A vending machine. I feel like the only things that don't... I don't know, like, it feels like there's... The only things that go off of that kind of format, or changes from that format, is people that... animes that parody it. But even then, like, it's the same kind of format, so it's kind of not worth watching. At least from my perspective. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual?
Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be good reason for his actions.
I hope you're right.
Me edgy boy, me edgy boy, me edgy boy, me.
Ah! I mean,
Is the task complete? Good. In that case, you can collaborate. You can collate the briefs.
Nice to meet you. Oh God, no! Lord Van Zeeks is turning him into a racist. I can tell the look he gave us. It's a racist in the making. What did I miss there? Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met that man
Who is
before.
this?
I didn't know
Fuck if I know.
who he.
Why is he your
I
apprentice?
didn't even know he existed, and
Fuck
yet
if I know.
somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter.
Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody outside of this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it.
Oh, I see.
Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway?
Oh no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posure. It couldn't be. Hmm.
I am tired now. Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
That Nipponese man, is he faring well?
Sorry?
The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop, and the moustache and the jitters.
Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
I'm not sure why he'd be very pleased to find out that you identified him from that list, Miss Runau.
I mean, who else are you talking about? He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day.
I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I'd advise you spend it investigating the case.
Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried.
I never imagined that the Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books.
A mad scientist. Ah, you mean Professor Herbrain? Yeah, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zeeks, I think.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Hairbrain. It's clear I should have talked to you after Lord Van Zeeks, but never mind. I understand that Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days?
Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science.
What was he like back then?
Good question. Assuming gentlemanly, all around, nice fellow, really.
Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Baron Van Zeeks. Barrack. What was he like when he was at the university?
Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is a little daring on the Van Zeeks family. He's the little darling of the Van Zeeks family. And Viv is Viv, right? Vivaldi's is great aristocratic origins. Aristocratic. I didn't realize that he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling?
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he became. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less.
Yes, that's right.
Did I hear so? That there's the very big event in his life that completely changed him after the graduation. Really? What sort of event? Ah! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at this time. I was in Germany already.
Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Well, that's that then. Are we going to be investigating the grounds? The investigative location? So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying. You had no intention to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct?
As correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear it. Yes, it's true. It's true that the man perished in the machine of my invention. So I know that I'm part of the I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I will never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a man's life, not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of the truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of law. It is all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of it matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me in tomorrow's in court.
All right, Bruno. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition.
Sorry?
Well, that's where the incident happened, didn't it? You better take me.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Oh, time to get more evidence, and finally we get to explore the examination off. Wait, what is it? The stage? The exhibitions place. The Great Exhibition grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. I'm gonna be honest. Here's my prediction. Is that Russian guy from the last game gonna reappear? I remember in the last stream, before I even saw what this was gonna be about, I instantly just blurted out, is the Crystal Tower gonna get blown up at some point? Because that's what the Russian was trying to do, right? If he shows up again and he's the culprit, oh boy. Wouldn't that be interesting? The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around this dense crowds for 2 hours now. I've felt myself swooning 3 times.
There's a lot of people, aren't there? It's almost a little... I've almost been trotting on 3 times, too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the thongs. Wait. We finally made it through the thongs through, by the look of it. Wait, through the throngs I don't know. Whatever. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Wow. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument. Well, we better hear what they've got to say. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute.
Oh, yeah? Go on then, Inspector. Give it your best shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it.
Wait, I know those voices.
You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare you.
If you want that big chips, that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Gina's back.
Yoo-hoo! Rexy, what are you doing up there?
Oh my god, did he just run down in order to meet her? Ah! Ah! It's you! Here! You're here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I hope you're doing well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's been far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride the balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable. I'll go have a word at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Yeah. Tobias Gregson, an inspector of Scotland Yard. Do we really need this? We already had an entire case where he was a character. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear that he's back in action now. Oh, right. His whole shtick of what happened last time. Right. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Watch it, sunshine.
Sorry.
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on the case.
Yep, I'm acting as defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me. That's the situation, is it?
It's really that troubling?
Measly 5 bob. Is that all you got?
Oh, she's all grown up as 2. She's 18 now, right? She's legal now, right? Ah, she's not here yet. Can't say whether or not she is.
You're a lawyer, ain't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around your pockets, Mr. Narodo.
What? Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is.
Yeah, I can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob.
Ah, Gina. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or driver, born and bred in the east end of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl who I was defending in court.
What's your problem then, eh, Odo? Driver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling?
I thought that was in my head.
You want a big bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do ya?
I thought you were proud to be a driver, Gina. You were just arguing with the Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showgrounds.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard's detective. They have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now.
Oh, she's actually really... I honestly love her. She's a great character. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely.
The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold down the fort here, alright?
Right, sir.
This raises a lot of questions. Can I see her age now? No, I can't. The game is refusing to allow me to know whether or not I'm wrong for wanting to pursue something here. I'm pretty sure she was 17 before in the last game, so I want to know if she's had a birthday yet. This raises a lot of questions. Okay, please tell me she's there. Finally. Gregson and... She's 18 now. Legal. Okay, let's present the badge. We always have to, right? This armband is proof, in Japan at least, that I'm a defense lawyer.
And this badge is proof that I'm a detective. So So you're all gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade.
In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Odo.
I could call you Defender Naruhodo if you like, but it doesn't really tip off the tongue.
No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, doesn't it? Aw. Gino, would you take a look at... Oh, where'd it go?
Looking for this Naruhodo?
When did she do that?
I wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What you reckon?
Give that back first, please. Aw. So, Gina. It was 8 months ago now when I first encountered Gina in connection to that case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped them all the time. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder.
I've had a lot of time to think in prison. I realised I couldn't go on like I was. The driving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear that, Ginny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
So she is actually, from what I've heard, she is actually, Lestrade is a character in Sherlock Holmes. And Lestrade is a inspector. I'm not sure if they're male or female though, so this might just be a rendition of Lestrade. Let's talk about a sea change.
And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Just a small promise then, nothing serious.
Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how how come I had to go for the test at Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Inspectors, both guys.
Ah, I see. Gregson is a character as well. Suppose it makes sense then. It's just a small problem. Nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said that he'd take full responsibility for Ginny, and made her some sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous. Magnanimous? Of Inspector Gregson and brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt. In other words... Nah.
So the long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right then, Inspector. I like how she's smiling a lot more in this. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Oh, what, Runo, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was a defendant in the trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is, still...
Come on! You're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, whatever it's called? God, you don't have to worry, Odo.
If I didn't have to worry, there probably would be a whole lot of you left.
Like I said before, innit? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching the point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought?
Exactly! So I ain't worried totally fine.
Yes, it is instant. Let's talk more about the case.
God, it was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke's pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it starts bellowing smoke. Then it went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge, ain't he?
Of course everything's running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to.
So all I have to say is I'm on duty and I have to do whatever I want to. Get this. I was up on one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, it's so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put a boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'll have no problem at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
Well, we'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is if the machine exploded so spectacularly. How can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success in a way.
It was? How can it have been? Successful experiment? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success.
It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and all that, whopping a great big bang. But where'd you think they'd found the victim's body, eh? It was the Crystal Tower over there.
What? In the tower? Huh.
So, can you see for yourself? You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where the glass is broken, you mean?
Prediction. The person's body was there. The person that was in the machine was another person. What's it? Imposter. Shh.
Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
What? I don't believe it.
I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of everything, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up in the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, come on. I had 3 bobs off you before, so fair's fair.
Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? So she has just stolen money from us. Some people just never change, right? Can't teach an old dog new tricks. Even though she's not old. She's not a dog either. Experiment sketch. Diagram. A diagram showing the respective points of this crystal tower and Professor Herobrine's machine that exploded. Alright. About the investigation. Something Inspector Gregson said before seems a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway, the investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Yes, naughty old Gregson ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right, that. boss said that no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the client.
In that case, would you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate either.
Why?
What did the boss call them again? The forensics investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit?
So even the Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I never heard anything like that before.
I thought I could have had a gander on the quiet, though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him out giving me a earful about it before you from down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair.
Awaga.
Awaga. Auga.
I think you're giving him as much of an ear back as I remember it. As much of an ear back as I remember it.
Well, yeah, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Odo. Go on, see if you can get through to him.
He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is.
We can try, can't we, Runo? Grexy will listen to us.
He'll listen to you. Well, before then, let's take a little more of an investigative look around here.
Oh, look! What's this? A ripped
When
piece
did
of
Miss
cloth?
Beautiful get here?
Miss Beautiful. Oh, you're talking about Lestrade. She's the... just so you know, I just went on a little talk, but in the last game she was in, the first game, she was a bit of a character. Now she's 18 though, so now she's legal. But yep, she's actually one of my favorite characters so far as well. I really do like her. What can I say? She's got the Yorkshire accent. Where you don't say H's or double T's.
I've had a whole bottle of water.
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It also looks extremely durable.
It's a canvas, I think. With some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it has something to do with the explosion?
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
Okay, we got some other debris here. For some reason, the ground looks damaged in this spot. Look, it's almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this. Like this would have been.
BRB.
Alright.
I'm not sure we English are quite as laid back as Runo. Jesus Christ, stop being racist, Runo. Ah, it looks as though somebody's dropped something behind the tree back just there.
Dropped? Or hid? What's this? Looks like some kind of part of the machine that exploded? Looks like a crossbow from my point of view. Or maybe a grappling kind of thing? That's definitely what it is, isn't it? It's got a crank and everything. That is definitely a crossbow. Probably like for grappling hooks, yeah.
Maybe it could have fallen from the platform above. In the blast, perhaps. What you got? What's going on here?
Oh, nothing? I think I'll hang on to this, just in case. And I won't let anyone know that I just found it. Oh my god, we actually did take it. Ah, there's some sort of leather here. Yep, that is a crossbow. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Interesting. So none of the... Iris isn't really speaking about a lot of the stuff we're looking into here. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. This is sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. It would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. Oh, you practice bow and arrowing? In fact, if I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyudo archery chaining, huh? Is archery like a necessity in Japan? Like a default curriculum thing? Man, that would be cool. I really regret not picking up archery when I was in college. I had the option to as well, but I just was like, I'd rather focus on what I'm arts and graphics design. And I really wish I did it, because if I got good with a bow, I'd feel fucking awesome. It's never too late to start, but I don't have the space to do it, and there's no, like, bow ranges or anything nearby. It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and to create tension. Then you must fire the arrow with you must be able to fire the arrow with a huge amount of force using this device then.
I regret being too anxious to join archery club in uni.
In fact, I wouldn't imagine it's as far as... It's far more accurate and more powerful than a Japanese longbow. I really have no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. Yeah, no, you seriously just stole a weapon from the crime scene. Yeah, I'm sure literally no one's gonna have a problem with that. It looks like layers of a thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sherlock's methods, Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce that it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. Well, we're not going to know what that is until later, I'm sure. This is the diagram. So I'm guessing that they're saying that the guy was here and he got shot out of this gun and landed up here. I mean, that's where the direction of it is, right?
It's Ace Attorney. Heavily restricted crime scenes aren't really a thing, LOL.
You're not wrong. Not just unrestricted crime scenes, but also evidence that the defendant just kind of, or the defense just kind of grabs and just presents without any detective okaying it. I found this at the crime scene. Don't question anyone, because I never I'd never lie. Trust me. Only I found it, and I kept it to myself. Trust me, it is exactly what I thought you think it is. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be a focal point in the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There's lots of exhibitions inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck but there's also an art gallery and a zoo and a museum. But have you heard that there's also a queue for 3 hours just to get through the frickin' doors?
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass in the failed experiment may be the bigger straw.
And thanks to that incident, the whole tower is shut.
Well, suddenly it's not the crystal tower anymore, but the crystal glass shower.
Apparently everyone's taking to the skies to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in the balloons now.
Londoners must be very patient people. Honestly, we kind of are. In British, I guess, we're just very reasonably patient. I think one of the most egregious things you could ever do to a British person is cut them in line. It is the easiest way to piss anyone off. Specifically from Britain. There's a high chance they will want to unironically kill you because of it.
That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever he called it. Dead, of course.
And yet, they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden
scaffold there for?
The coppers are... Oh, wait, Jean is the one speaking. That's why it's been a bit weird. Alright.
The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. I don't know, really.
Didn't you help erect the scaffold then?
Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition, getting to keep a lookout for fun stuff.
Mind Gregson doesn't hear you say that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible, though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged the gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? It's interesting that we seem to be going for an involuntary manslaughter charge instead of an actual non-guilty. But maybe that might change. Probably will, right? I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, but what are those funny-looking blobs floating in the sky?
Oh, they're flying balloons that we've been talking about. I want to go up on one so much.
I've read about situations like this in a magazine about strange phenomena. Creatures from outer space coming in round flying objects to attack Earth.
What?
I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in a great expedition.
This is it, Iris.
It's happening! The invasion has begun!
It's not. Don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later over a nice cup of tea, now.
This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
About 30 feet off the ground, apparently. That's what the policeman I spoke to said.
I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan.
Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. But as soon as you've been to London in a year, Runo, it's time we got used to our measurements.
Yes, well, this thing is so tall, the spectators from at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought that they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. Well, I think that's everything. Oh, no, we got stairs as well. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Oh, I guess we're going then. Oh boy. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up.
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. And I've seen my fair share.
Well, you've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course! Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in my own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
You might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up from the stairs.
One time he made something that exploded with such force, it took down the roof of the building. I wish you could have been there to see it, Runo.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Mm-hmm. And there's Gregson. Ah, look, Inspector Gregson's over there. He seems so deep in thought about something, while eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
Well, I have a feeling we're not going to be able to examine, or rather, we're not allowed to touch anything, right? It's ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed up through the air?
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
Yeah, that's part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Runo. I'm just a child. How should I know?
A child when it suits you, you mean? Exactly.
I mean,
Oh my god.
From
I'm
here,
back.
from what I can tell, if you were to pull this lever here...
Stop! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Grexy.
Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
Sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Hey. Yeah. Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. Hey, Marco. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene.
Ha! Listen, Sunshine. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's the blasted special dispensation of scientific equipment act that's to blame. It's driving me potty.
Oh, yes. That special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government's thinking it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look around, aren't we?
Girl I said that texted me yesterday. Cool.
Oh.
Cat.
Interesting. Hope it's going well.
Ah!
Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grexy?
I mean, we're not allowed to touch anything, right?
Course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runo?
She really knows how to get what she wants.
All right, all right.
Government policy. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body. And then beam him across this crystal tower? It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True. It was by far the most unusual of the exhibits planned for the exhibition,
We're
mind.
sending funny dog and cat videos to each other right now.
So is the other person a dog? Is this girl a dog person? Are you yin and yang? Opposite attract? Whatnot? To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was even allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote the new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than some odd spot of the public safety infringements. Oh. That just means that she can hold you tighter. She's stronger as well. If they could be the first to develop some new technology that makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientific rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
They're making it so any theories the brains have remain in their legal property, as it were.
She is allergic to cats, so she is a dog person, but she still likes cats from the cuteness they represent.
I've seen that before as well. For some reason, a lot of people that are allergic to cats tend to be cat people, in a way. At least, sometimes they just actually own cats and they just deal with it, which is weird. Right through developing it to the practical idea and even going through into production. Which is infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch anything in the crime scene. Because a new high-fluent special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Ah, I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are some of the shiny new departments at the yard. My cat's been a bit sick recently. I think it got dealt with fleas, but it's also like starting to throw up a lot more now, which is a bit concerning. I've told my mum to she probably should take her to the vet, at least just once, to at least check that everything's alright. I just hope it is just a bug or something, and just fleas that we can take care of easily. The forensics teams, it's called, we've been relocated to keeping guard. The forensics investigation team. Any old fool can see that this scrap of heap metal, the scrap metal, was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a blaming thing about it. She tappity miffin.
Poor Gregsy. He's very het up, isn't he?
Very het up? Yeah, is that supposed to be fed? Or... I don't know what that is. Is that a spelling mistake or what? I don't know. Special dispensation. Maybe what's the new local legal act, and that means that we're not allowed to touch the scene here?
This little girl uses tea as a bribe, lol.
She really does. I having a laugh at it, sunshine. It's the Special Dispensing of Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes, I think Hurley's mentioned it recently. With a real twinkle in his eye, I remember.
I've heard that it's possible that Gregson actually calls us Sunshine because we're from the Sunrise Kingdom. So we're kind of like a sunrise, sunshine thing. It's a cute nickname if it's true. I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Pastor especially for his great exhibition it was. All scientists do have to present their ideas or inventions for some suits in the civil service. And if he gets a rubber stamped, that guarantees the rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all of the world's changing new inventions on display every day at the exhibition. Although it's a good half of them are a load of cobblers.
This is the most wholesome
if you
I've
ask
seen
me.
your son so far, LUL.
He always gets like super friendly when it's Iris, mainly because she actually holds his reputation in the books that she writes. Like if she writes something bad about him, then he essentially gets treated like shit by everyone, I think. And it's possible he might also be losing money for it as well. A good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that. That's really nice of you to just mention that I'm a sham.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun.
It might look fun to you, but remember that a member of the Force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. It sounds like a dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day gardening the shammer's bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can you hope to demonstrate them? There's no point. Well, yeah. There's a point, actually, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention that is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. The scientists get funding. Exactly. That's what they're after all. All these shammers coming up from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who keeps them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it!
Is that so? Time to invent a shotgun, LUL.
Oh, maybe I see your point.
So Gregson's essentially saying that while there can be people who are trying to push science, there's going to be people who are also just trying to get the money for science grants with really stupid inventions that ultimately don't help anyone. Just essentially trying to trick to get money. Apparently Professor Hairbrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right. He came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Microwave go boom. At least that's what I think it goes. Anyway, we've learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out that he was at a university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks. What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeeks meant it's the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate will be sealed. Because the Reaper will get him one way or another.
Super
Blimey, that man's beyond me. Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in his head of his gun. Talking about Van Zeeks, in this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but the Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The victim of the case, the investor, Mr. Assam, He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Barak van Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't push the right verdict through sometimes. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about the jurors being bribed with evidence, and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. We all assumed that he's been taking matters into his own hands, that he failed to seal the deal in court. Though the man himself denies the charges.
Americans when they turn 18, can I have a beer or cigarette? US government, best I can do is gun.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about America. Essentially, that's the reason why like America has such like frat boy drinking culture, because they're told they're not allowed to do it, which makes them want to do it more, right? And I always like go by the rule of, if you're able to like join the army, like give your life for your country, you should probably be able to do a lot of other things.
Double-barrel shotgun or a VHS.
Yeah, exactly. I'm totally buying all these guns for collective purposes. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we've reached is that Lord Van Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtrooms. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it. I would.
Small gun at 21.
Really? Huh. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, innit? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at the university, Lord Van Zeeks was a totally different person, easygoing and kind. You what? He said that after they both graduated, something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching this over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make yourself a nuisance somewhere else, eh? I probably has an idea of what that certain something is. Considering how badly it damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain is lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. Should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Oh, fucking no, you don't!
Creeper.
What did he say? Jesus.
Holy motherfucking
Touch anything,
shit.
I'll make sure I kill you before I get you strung up myself, you hear me?
I won't touch a thing, I promise, so please spare the thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you think that this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? Creeper. Harebrain. Aw, man. So way back in the mind, got a back kick swinging from side to side. It's so weird how that meme like emerged itself out of obscurity. It was like a meme at one point, but then it came back to life later on. And now it's dead again. Who knows if it'll come back.
Stop. You'll get copyrighted.
He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding crap, scrap metal, God, I keep getting crap. Maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! That's annoying, obstructive flaming rules. Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking out of the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, it's a lovely one. Shaped like the capital letter A.
Oh, you're right.
And even
What's the
I,
matter with
a
you? I
totally
don't
certified
touch
lawyer,
anything I said.
can't save you from that.
You're not wrong. The way freaking copyright is abused nowadays, or rather, copyright law. It honestly just feels like people are it feels that people with extremely large amounts of income and money are just trying to take as much as they can out of people. And ultimately, it feels like the law around copyright is getting worse over time. Remember Article 13? I think... Is that still in effect of going in at some point? Is it actually like some... Because I've still got, like, YouTube, right? Technically, Britain is outside of the EU, so we don't actually have to follow along with that rule. But I'm not sure if they still set up Article 13. Freaking remember all those goddamn memes about the dude who was like, you can still enjoy memes, you can also still enjoy music and everything as well.
And please tell him to give my infinite chips box back, Poro sad.
I have let him continue eating, haven't I? Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before you strangle me up myself. Just as I said. Yes, I understand. I only touched it a teensy-wincy bit.
But Grexy, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really, really, really curious.
Of course, your ladyship. Yeah, it's so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this? I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Bruno found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it.
That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in the next month's installment now.
Poor Grexy. Well, that's everything, I guess. Right, are you done here, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Is it about time you were leaving? Or rather, is it about time you were leaving? It is about time you were leaving. That's that lot out here now.
That lot?
The forensics investigation team. They'll be giving me a heave-ho in a minute too.
Oh dear, poor Grexy. Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up.
Ah, that ain't the spot. Yup, hits every time. Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. It looks as if this is as far as we're going to get with our investigation here, at least.
Well, I've been thinking. Harry might know something. How about you?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean?
BRB, I gotta go to toilet.
Yes, have a nice toilet time, Marco. Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from the university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
What is this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tussbells. Is this something to mean... Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go there now if you like.
No, we don't have time to be visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes.
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me. But he told me to keep it secret from you, Reno.
Madam Trustspell. I don't know how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened. And when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Well, we're done here. I could just... Can I present to him a freaking crossbow? Detective, what do you think of this? No, he's just not gonna spout what I want him to say. What is his dialogue about the badge? This is a symbol of a defense lawyer where I come from, Inspector. Well, it doesn't pass muster here in London. You might as well chuck it in the big, deep fat fryer. No one ever said that. No one's ever said that to me before. Mrs. Sholmes suggested that I feed it to a dog, though. If you fry it first, you can feed it to me. Does he think that it's made of potato? What? Okay. Fine. You are not someone I want to talk to anymore. Oh boy. Madam Trustspells. 22nd October, Madam Trustspells. I mean, I don't know why we're doing like a will he actually tell us, because every time we've tried to ask him about this mysterious case that happened a while ago, we always get upset Sholmes being like, we're not talking about this. You're not making a story about this one. Nope, I'm not going to tell you anything. Bye-bye. Anyway, oh my. Oh my. Oh my. What is this place? Look at these. They're terrifying scenes. But why are all these people so still? Guillotines? Ruthless murders? I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Reno? Shocked?
Well, these two aren't, obviously. Oh my god, that's a scarf. I remember that scarf. Wax models? Ah! I read about the dead bodies in wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can be turned into wax, apparently. It's called departure.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, acupuncture
Doesn't form. Oh my god.
doesn't form readily. You know, it's only if in a very specific. Ah!
What now? I've just remembered something else I've read in another magazine about strange phenomena, where there's an old lady, maybe a witch, who uses to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. I'm guessing the joke's gonna be that we look over at the real people and they're gonna be like, hello.
Ah, they're real!
Oh.
Oh.
There's no way anyone could make models of people that are this realistic. Oh my god, Sholmes. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait.
What is it?
Oh. No. I must be seeing things. Oh my. So, was I right with replica body imposter? It's gonna be a wax figurine. That big heavy curtain is very prominent position, isn't it? I've had a nasty feeling about that it's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh yes, the famous Trustspells special exhibit. It depicts one England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay an extra fee to have a look?
Pay more money? To be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment.
It was only a suggestion.
I'm guessing it was Jack the Ripper here. Or Ted Bundy. But Ted Bundy's more later than this. Is this some infamous murder?
Yes. Called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were younger women.
Jane the Ripper. Really? Okay. I knew it. You can't tell me the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer.
Well, yes.
Ah! What's the matter, Bruno? I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have so she can have a soak in her victim's gore.
Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
I still think there has to be there for a reason. I mean, Jack the Ripper used to kill common whores and rip them apart. So, you know, it's possible that it has something to do with that. No. These models are so well made, I can't tell if what's the waxwork and what's a real human.
Or maybe all the exhibits are real people? And it's just closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving around?
Just thinking about that makes me wish that it was closing time already and I was on my way home. They are real though, I can tell the difference. No, this is Jack the Ripper. Is this an example of Western tsujiri? The mutton chops and everything.
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword.
I still don't know.
Wait, what was that?
I still don't know. No. But actually, as a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Reno? Doing that Tuchigiri thing you mentioned?
Well, I do have a sword, but I no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. But keep testing me, Iris. You'll find out soon enough.
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder.
Uh-oh.
What is it? Something wrong?
No, it's just that in Japanese, we have a totally different word for ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, or just steps. So be careful when making assumptions about other cultures, Reno. That's how wars have started.
I didn't realize stepladders were such an international point of contention. But the writers make an astute point. Wow. Okay. Congratulations on really pushing in the stepladder joke. God damn it. I thought we had enough of the shovel joke. I thought the shovel joke was supposed to be like the stepladder joke, but no, you had to be even more clear. Stepladders, ladders. Ugh. It's the great detective, Mr. Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really?
They really had to put the stepladder cameo in, huh?
Yep. Every game needs one. It's tradition at this point, really.
Well, he's a famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl just to look at it.
I know! But look, Reno, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle.
Oh my, whoa. That was a very interesting animation you just did there. You can't go around kicking exhibits, Iris. Wait. He's literally just... Oh my god, that slow, grueling feeling of pain and then going straight back. That's actually really good. Oh my god. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either.
Hmm? Really? Did it?
She need him right in the nuts.
Yep. I think you would be keeled over if she did that. And look closely. There are beads of sweat on his face of this waxwork model. Jump scare. No. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look.
I love when
A
these
great murder
games
scene
let
to
Iris
enjoy.
be
Much
the
more
10-year-old
appealing.
she is.
Hold it. Like, yeah. We all know he was real. Love it when the games let Iris be a 10-year-old she is. You're not wrong. That happens a lot in media, doesn't it? You have, like, the young character that, for some reason, acts like a mature adult all the time. They kind of did the same with Pearl, didn't they? But she actually also does the same thing where she acts like a kid, but also has maturity to her. My dear fellow, I take exception for your recoiling in such a manner. As if you'd seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes, I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And the kick! Could you not have exerted a little more restraint? You winded me.
But Runo has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, question.
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are.
I guess it's hard to write an accurate child character who isn't just unhelpful and likely annoying most of the time, lol.
Honestly, it is a very difficult thing for a lot of writers. For example, in The Walking Dead Season 1, Clementine is probably one of the best written child characters. Acts like a child, but isn't so... she also fails like a child would. But she's also very endearing and ultimately extremely likable. She actually does try to help in ways that you can't dislike her for if she does fail. So it is capable of being done, but it requires a lot of work in order for a child to not instantly come off as annoying and tedious and just a pain or a chore. This is a good way of writing Iris, even though she is written as a genius child.
I'm back and my ass burns from the kung pao chicken I had for lunch, Savaping.
Thanks for the information, Marco. Really needed to know how that went. Well, I can't deny your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that. And my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you have saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, you do talk nonsense, don't you?
Hey, I'm always happy to share with the class, lul.
How could you know something? It's true. About Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of substance? And you're in luck! I suddenly get quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in a bit of a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Is this going to be another deduction setup here? Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to a matter about which you've come to me now. But How could it be? Shall we speak again presently, my dear fellow? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. What, back to being a temporary wax exhibit? He's clenched his fist and everything. So what, he's not going to talk to me or anything? What is this place?
I'm gonna send you a meme because I is like cardboard. I am bored.
Why don't you find a bowl of yarn to keep yourself entertained, Marco? Madame Tespels came to London from France 3 years ago, and I understand. Since she opened a little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. Waxworks is a common thing to find in England. Although it's one of those things where you do it once and then it's just like, yeah, that was an experience. Let's move on.
We're here.
I'm sure you'll find one somewhere. Ugh, character was a bit pushed forward there. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a peculiar secret of the Tussels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. The gruesome events they portrayed with such realism in the expression of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptures would make the models directly from the corpses. Right there at the scene, at the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach.
That takes effort and I don't wanna. I've been listening to audio recordings of the Sherlock Holmes stories and honestly, being a temporary waxwork for a case is so SMTH he would do.
Yeah, you know what? You're not wrong. Sherlock Holmes always has like a weird roundabout way of doing things. The Sherlock Holmes games are actually pretty good too. I don't know what specific naming this series has, because there are different versions of games. But the investigation ones that are very similar to like this, like Phoenix Wright or the Ace Attorney games, they're pretty good. And they're actually open-ended. You can actually choose whoever you assume is the killer.
I think these games have his character down P well, they just lean on the wackiness more.
I agree with that. He is definitely a eccentric person. Top Gear is sent. Hold on, let me look at that. How to close a door. 1.7 million views. Bro, please make a video on how to open a door. I'm stuck in my room. How to close a door. Watch the video backwards. Silly. That was one of the several legends about the Tussels family. Whether there was any truth to it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of the famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of this museum, by quite some margin, is the House of Horrors. House of... Whores? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition.
It's frightening, cool cat.
But people usually flock there to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals and their gruesome works. Naturally, some of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even more stiffer than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public lives for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So the hideous exhibits in here are...
They're all portrayals of real events that took place.
Is it me, or did the temperature here just seem to drop? Anyways, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Back to normal. Nope, he's back to being a waxwork, isn't he? Temporary waxwork. What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? ... Exactly what you see! I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour I come home on a different killer in one of the displays, and adopt a new pose to ensnare them. When the members of the public come to have a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? You mean him and the waxwork murderers here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! He really roared at me there. It's really fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous iris to consider.
Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. Is he threatening to rope me in now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have to pick your pick of the murderers and scoundrels here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Back to normal. You really are like a cut, Sherlock. Ignore me enough, and I will claw you. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it me, or did his final remarks there sound a lot like a curse? Well, what is it you want to ask me then?
Judgment, did I ever tell you what BBC stands for Daisuke? Daisuke, Nuuakit stands up for Big Black Cock Correction Kenji, British Broadcasting Service.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that, Marco. Quite frankly, I don't like either. Both are shameful. Actually,
You're welcome.
It's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, friend the Reaper. How'd you find him? Well, I trust. And so I filled in Mr. Sholmes about everything I'd learned. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that has been at the they had been at the university together. Let me guess, he looks pissed off. Yep. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person.
I was sure you'd know, Hurley.
You said there was something going on in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot, and that you believed that it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? Suddenly clammed up. Well, it seems I've reached an unavoidable... Oh my god, wait a minute. It seems we've reached an unavoidable... Greetings. Oh my. Hello? Where did she appear from? What's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious?
I hope you are more appreciating my museum.
Sorry, have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again. Oh my. Okay, I might be calling it here. Right from the gate here. I think this might be the lady from the first case of the first game and the first case of this game. The one who's supposed to be dead. That, I'm sorry, but the hat hiding the eyes and the mouth being very similar. I'm sorry, I'm just instantly calling it. She's French? Ooh. She's augering me. Hopefully she'll move her hand so I can get a good, proper look.
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspels.
Oh, mommy, hot face.
This is my museum of waxwork.
What? You're the Madame Tuspels?
Bien sûr. Though only 26 years young, I might add.
Is that significant somehow?
I'm a madame only name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi.
Très bien. Right.
Oui. Cross sand.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Waxworks? Or more rather, one waxwork in particular.
That will be Mr. Sholmes then.
I was led to believe that he was the great detective, but he seems unable to settle.
Whew.
Time to move from your designated exhibit. There will be toil and trouble.
Oh my goodness. Back up. He's very quick to that.
She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now?
Madam.
Let's not forget what Hurley said before about something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but...
I'm so curious, I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Iris, we're past the 3rd hour. I really don't want to push this past 4th. So let's just make sure this gets done and ready. Okay, let's talk to our lovely Miss Spells, to Spells. Esmeralda. The waxworks. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame to Spells? I love the mage look. And I always have a real good fondness for someone who's hiding their eye. Or both their eyes. I don't know, it's got just the mysterious look that I love.
I did. I am the first generation of waxwork artisans, you know? Gosh! It was my grandfather who began the tradition in my family.
The witch vibe is so it.
Her fortune was checkered. Living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution, she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. All these waxworks really do look like as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see here is exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal pasts. All of the waxworks created in the presence of the real people of which they are modeled. in the hours immediately following their executions. That is a secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness.
That sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out
They look more
one's
alike than the
trade
detective
par
one, LUL.
excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Why couldn't the public have wished for
Girly
someone
looks
less,
dead. BC
something less
is currently
horrifying?
Dead inside BC of understimulation from having to just stand still and wait around.
Honestly, that just sounds like the bodyguard, or like the guards in general, which I'm guessing what these are.
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is only one in the museum which has a macabre theme. I hope you'll explore. These are the models of famous models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here. Come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps
Time
I
to
should
do
have
some
eased you into
research on her
things.
paws. Type aggressively cool cat.
Sadly, I'm worried that this might be a twist to her. Can we get a good picture of her? There she is. What's the situation with that?
Ah, my temporary waxwork model?
You want the link, Nightly.
Do I want the link?
Tuspels is one of the characters everyone agrees is hot. LOL.
She is definitely great on the eyes, but she's wearing a lot of cloth, so I can't tell how it is skin tight, you know? I need to know the figure. She's definitely got a pretty face.
He approached me some days
Gives me
ago,
mommy vibes,
you
starring
see,
a 7 random
with a
fuck.
business proposal.
Oh, what's the proposal? My dear madam, with these sparse exhibits, need is an edition of a famous great detective.
All words to that effect.
She is also definitely a top.
She definitely looks like it. The one that looks down at you. That might be because of these bands as well, that she's got the kind of BSM kind of look to her.
She acts like it.
Naturally, I'm well aware of Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, the cream of de la creme. So I was keen to come to see to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms.
Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for their services. For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax at this very moment. Jesus.
She
Although
told
some words
Sholmes,
to that
"Stay put
effect."
Or I will hurt you. So yeah, for sure.
Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has had a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to a current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he?
Later, meow.
Okay, take care, Marco. Have a good snooze.
I would think not, but he was very insistent.
I have 50 shillings problem. That will be resolved by the morning.
Or some words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have had something to redeem.
Is it consulting detective work? Is the consulting detective work not going so well? Seriously, how is Holmes not being able to pay anything? I wonder if I could ask you something. What is it with, like, destitute being a common thing a lot of the characters have happened to them? Phoenix constantly complains about it. Gumshoe complains about it. Edgeworth doesn't, but I have a feeling he would if he became a defense attorney. It just constantly seems to be a problem with a lot of characters. I wonder if I could ask you something.
Bien sûr. Bien sûr.
I'm just curious. Is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps?
Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
Oh, well, it was your temporary wax work over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared.
A wax model
Is the art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah. There you are.
leaving the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down?
My dear Madam Twispels, save your reprimands. There are far more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas that should be our current problem. We must throw out the melting pot instead. Personally, I should advise you not to involve the police.
Why ever not?
She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that that I prefer, no, I insist upon payment in advance.
Very well. Let us see if a great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we?
Are we having another conversation here? A course correction? Before I engage in my analytical process, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain?
That is the Tuspel special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a serial killer then, I presume. Oh, she's got a pissed look on her. Would you be so kind as to draw the curtain, I wonder?
Ah, absolutement none. There is nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madam? What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain?
Ah!
I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens. This feels like we've gotten so far beyond what we're actually supposed to be looking into.
Yes, very well. I shall draw back the curtains, but only a soupcon.
A soupçon. I don't know what that letter actually pronounces as. It's a graveyard, huh? I must confess I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspel special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, Oh my! Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor? This is juror number 1 from the first juror case. The third case of the first game. The Mr. Foreman. Well, well, then perhaps Mr. Sholmes. Well, then Mr. Sholmes. That man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He is perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these wax sculptures are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present 2 of my conclusions. The first, that is a sizable business transaction is taking place in this special exhibit.
Why, how could you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
Ah!
Looks as pale as a candle wax.
I don't understand.
So, Madame Tuspel, as you have agreed to my fee, you will now have the pleasure of seeing the great detective, a temporary exhibit, at work. There we go. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Waxworks Fate. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by a bundle of banknotes protruding from helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200. That
is all my money, my own money.
So what does this large sum of money reveal? It's not as much as an involuntary glance as you cast it, it would seem, Madame Tuspel. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes are now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice. Waxworks for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer a centerpiece of your special exhibit for the sum of £200,000.
None!
Now, let us explore the next curiosity in which we are presented. Sorry, I need to drink a little bit more. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, and the cause of which is clearly known to you.
Ah!
Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man with such a shocking blow, of course, is the £200. It would appear that you twisted the gentleman around your little finger most effectively.
What are you suggesting?
He rashly agreed to the purchase of the waxwork for the sum of £200. Only when he came to hand the money over, it did occur to him what an extraordinary amount he was paying for. The money was no longer in his hands. And as a result, the scene that we see before us, he collapsed in shock. My. Yes, the killer is in the special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Waxworks Fate. Sold for cash. Waxworks Location. The answer then arises, is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... That immediately strikes me about the conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, you will need only observe the neckerchief. Such is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, the young man is an undercover policeman, currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. This is Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? This man's quite a celebrity. He's received triple accolades this last year's policing awards. But... Next, we turn to our attention to the old man sat before him, with his particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost as if he were a waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicion, madam. I've only noticed it, of course, observed. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man was a waxwork is obviously the price tag. Twopence? A tragic low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to a portly gentleman for the exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behaviour that you'd sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame? I do not. Yes, the waxwork sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody, so to speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave at the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Discovered already. Wow. Great work. It's totally somewhere we can't see. Oh, so the guy fell over on his own due to his own crazy mind. That's it. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of horrifying puzzle. Let's go through it again, I guess. Uh-oh. I see you've been stunned. I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. That cauldron looks awfully hot.
I mean, I don't know how she's holding it like this. Heat must have travelled into these handles, right? If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit features this old policeman. So, that would mean that he's a particularly ruthless murder, wouldn't it? The killer policeman? Ottermole. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital at once last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
It turns out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole.
So you mean to say that who's the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed! It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Ottermole. Odie Asman. Okay, it's not the same name. Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But the £200 of money from the wax model... It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages. It would put things into perspective. So, it's quite a lot then.
Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down?
That bubbling wax is looking a lot more ominous.
The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call for your assistance here, Iris. That's alright. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get things started then.
Before Madame Tuspel vents her anger.
Just what I was waiting to hear, my fellows. Please help me before I die. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famous detective and temporary exhibit at work. Course correction. Hold it, Sholmes. You're literally wrong on everything. Okay. To begin with, we must ask ourselves, what exactly is afoot here in this museum? The answer is revealed by a bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200. That is all my own money. So what is the money reveal? Yes, it's going to be the placard. She definitely looks at this direction, it's true.
But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for £200.
Oh?
She must have put her heart into and soul into making them. Don't you think? Over and above the wax? If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that'd make me a bad person. Well, anyway. I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance.
Let's follow that fugitive's glance again.
Fugitive.
Glance again, and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
Could also talk about this stuff. It seems the well-dressed gentleman is alive after all. Not alive kicking, not just alive and kicking. And he's not a waxworker or model of a mass murderer. I'm not sure I'd pay
£200 for him.
I don't think this man's up for sale.
Well, anyway, it's a little silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip.
I don't think this man was put here on purpose either. Oh. Note on the wall.
What's that note doing pinned onto the wall there?
Oh, yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from his room. The price for his safe return is £200. Have the money ready by noon or on 23rd of October.
What?
This is some sort of thing that's left behind when someone's kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly.
Take that!
Bam. The significance of the £200 is revealed by the ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting and waxwork. £200 is no small ransom feat, and yet you clearly intend to pay it.
The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have.
In summary, then, the £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity which we have presented. Who is the portly gentleman lying on the floor? Here, that which is known to you. Unfortunately, madam, it has to do with your money. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? Could ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Yeah, you're right. Truly's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down.
Well, there's a little doubt that he's suffered a shock, that's clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tassel trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. It's a long braid. Madame Taspel has very long hair, doesn't she?
Yes, but you shouldn't tell her looking at her. But you can tell looking at her from the front.
You know, it looks rather like a whip, don't you think? That sort of whip could have the flawed gentleman with a single crack.
It seems a little far-fetched, even for you, Vino.
Hey, he's thinking. Hey.
This is just Madame Taspel's right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. Can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, but wait a minute. Isn't the left hand as well? Look.
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean it's made of wax? Well, we found it. I mean, that's probably his hand, right? He is a wax sculpture.
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow, of course, was the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow.
How could you?
The hand protruding from the button of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but in closer inspection it reveals that in fact it is a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It is the hand of a waxwork model.
Yeah. Some of the visitors at my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage.
So you mean the arm?
Yes, this gentleman saw it and tried to remove it as a souvenir.
No small keepsake. Like taking the whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms.
I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson.
You confronted the man who tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene before us. He was knocked unconscious. At a point that we may need to revisit later. But for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Kidnapped. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork in the changed hands? Let's consider it for the moment. Yes, that's a fellow. The answer is only look at his neck, chief. According to Sholmes, the yellow handkerchief is a sign that other policemen that some crime is underway.
It's a way of communicating with colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by the Scotland Yard.
That Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, covering secrets isn't any true detective's nature anyway.
Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Taspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. There it is. What the? The man has a stub sticking out his shoulder where his arm should be.
Well, that settles it then.
Right, this isn't a real person at all.
His entire arm has been ripped off from the shoulder down.
His arm has been... Of course. That's how it ties into what we just found. Eh.
Take that!
Bam. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we only need to observe his shoulder stump. No such boneless human walks the earth, of that I assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded that he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. Just takes away the light. Nope, you're not laying that spotlight. You're gonna mess with me.
He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally! What other explanation could there be? And it was the detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor at the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man set before him, with a particularly unsightly visage. Been watching very closely, you haven't moved a muscle, almost, in fact, as if he was a waxwork.
Ah, but you...
Your action only confirms my suspicion, madam. Only notice it once, of course, observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves that whether or not this old man is a waxwork is obvious price tag. Okay.
The killer policeman, called Atomole, was it? Was he well known? He was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price. It's a very low price, though. A threepence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garadeb's delightful lodgings, in fact. Yeah, exactly. So this is the special killer's... this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? Waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for the £200? Is this crusty old policeman Ottermole? Really?
Perhaps we should have another look around to see if we can come up with something else.
Yeah, that doesn't look right. Look at this. The old man's tapping his foot like crazy.
Seems to be fast asleep, though.
He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean...
It must be a twitch!
Never mind that. The point is the waxwork doesn't tap their feet.
Or twitch!
Looks like look at his arm too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? Oh yes, we have. Are we really gonna get a repeat of Roly Beat and Patricia? The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is obvious. The obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man isn't a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madam Dispel?
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police, demanded that someone come over in the first place.
He's very clearly fatigued. Sounds asleep. But then, what is the practice showing a price of 3 pence? 3 threepence. No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently from a local market. And I presume that you've observed the scarf tied around the arm. Does it not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, a secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is underway.
Of course, but because of, as you know, there has been such criminal activity happening here. As you have deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So it would seem as we finally come to the truth. Bam! The waxwork is the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard is already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of horrifying puzzle. Literally do all the work for you, bro. Elementary.
All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back to the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway.
Ooh. Little bow. Aww.
Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I'd been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm grateful that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for you, rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness slowly and return home. What concerns me more is the wax sculpture from your special display. If it was indeed genuinely abducted.
Yes, tragically, it was.
Then I would ask you to recount the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please. Right back up. There we go.
Very well. But after I've told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
Alright. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Alright, now here we go. Well, before that, though, take a look at the badge. Madam, there's something I'd like to show you.
Yes, that's what... What is that? I remarked on it to myself immediately, and I've become very curious since.
Ah, well, it's actually a mark of defense lawyer in the Empire of Japan.
Oh, quil domelj. Not quite interesting as I hoped.
What were you exactly expecting from an armband? Well, I'm not going to talk about anything else. Stolen waxwork. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please.
It was some days ago now, when I came here one morning, and immediately noticed that the waxwork has been missing from a special exhibit there. It's your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found a ransom note in its place.
The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then?
So it was the waxwork that was stolen. It was a model of a horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible crime, in fact. Of a horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar in society than any other, I would say, the Professor.
Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry?
The Professor case happened around the time I was born. Well, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago. Yes, at exactly that time, that Bark von Zeeks graduated from university, I believe. What? Surely he's not saying.
to the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life.
As you've surmised, it was the professor's case.
Who was this professor then? It was a series of gruesome murders that all had London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death.
And now he's immortalized as here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, if he happens to be absent and at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is this all related to Lord Van Zeeks? You must first understand, my fellow. That is why the Lord Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Hurley?
Those murders by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Fuck. Why can I say the word sometime and not others? Members of the nobility and even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... Ah, wait, of course! What Professor Harebrained said. Lord Van Zeeks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh gosh!
It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was the young noble by the name of Clint Van Zeeks. No, I don't believe it. Van Zeeks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zeeks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter. For the time being, at least. After all, I have much work to do. As a waxworks exhibit. Well, that's that then.
I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well.
Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thanks, beautiful. Well, none of us could have predicted the scenarios that I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Oh.
It has been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak.
It has been 10 years, and here we are meeting in prison of all things.
I can't forgive myself for what happened to Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen.
Tomorrow, then, court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you.
Oh, I know. I have heard already. You are going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned, I've heard all of the stories. Barak, are you really?
What?
Never mind. I know you have my best interests at heart.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Of course, I understand fully. Thank you, Barak.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. Huh. So he's taking the prosecution's stand in order to make sure that he's... Okay. I still don't know enough to actually determine whether Van Zieks has a justifiable reason for being racist. And just unabashedly annoying. But I can say that I appreciate that he's doing it. He's being a prosecutor because he wants to make sure that everything goes correctly for this. Not going to just get a sham of a prosecutor that's just going to cheat or finagle his way to a win. Anyway, that is the end for today. Let's go back to the title.
Is there any truly justifiable reason for being racist, LOL?
There's a logical reason. Justifying it, though? I mean... Yeah, you can't justify being a racist, but you can logically understand why someone would be one, right? Especially with the way that times change, it's always easy to look back in hindsight and be like, yeah, no, these people were stupid because they thought these stupid things. But it's like, if everyone at the time believes it, then obviously it's going to be considered the norm to believe it. Even if now it's not.
You can rationalize it yet.
Yeah. Well, so far the case is actually pretty nice. I like how it's going, and although it does seem like it's really protruding into two places, although I feel like it does that with every case, it's gonna be like, the wax figurines are actually very important to what actually happened in the murder. Whoa! But ultimately,
I like
yeah.
this case.
I like the characters so far. And I wonder what the jury will be like. I'm hoping that we'll get new characters for the jury. At least some more than at least 2. I want more than 2 new characters for the jury. Nevertheless, that's going to be it for today. We hit the 4-hour mark. Wow. That's actually
Can't have
pretty
any
reasonable.
extraneous elements in a visual novel.
Anyway, we'll pick this back up on Saturday, I think? Yeah. And before that'll be another Fire Emblem stream. But anyway, thanks for coming in. Thanks for viewing with me. Got 5 viewers at one point, which I was actually surprised at. Thanks for coming in and watching Gosmer Green. And we'll see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.